What up, guys? We are live. This is Soundbooth Theater Live, and these are the cold reads of the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel Season 3. And today we are just basically starting midway, a little bit less than midway through Episode 9. Yesterday there was more to Episode 8 than I expected. So here goes. All right, so we're on episode 9. Where are we at? Episode 9, scene 1. Made this change. Let's click to set it right. There we go. All right, and let me open up. Where are we at? Scene 2? Yeah, we were still on scene 2. Weren't able to finish scene 2. Okay, here we go. Here it is. All right, we're at it. So welcome back, everybody. First of all, I really appreciate everyone reconvening on this stream. We got BJ Wessels, Graphic Cat, Suiko Dudemon. Have you been here before? Your name seems weirdly familiar. Michael De Palma. Let's see. Where is that Kickstarter? Does anybody have a link to that Kickstarter, by the way? I haven't seen anything about this. Yarn Yar. That one human Urkin. I don't know that I've seen you here before, but welcome. Verdo Kai. Don't know if I've seen you here either. Thanks for coming. Zitron. Seen you before. Matt Ferrucci. Good to see you. Sawyer Levinson. Amanda Face. Wayne Donaldson. Brody Reed. I don't know if I've seen you here before, Brody. Samantha Carruthers. Sounds familiar. Anarda DK. Neil Skur. Andy S. Kelly M. John of All Trades. And Wayne Donaldson. Cool. Well, thank you guys again for coming and hanging out. Yeah, I guess go check out that Kickstarter. I haven't seen... Let's see if I can search for it. Dungeon Crawler Carl Kickstarter. There we go. Version 2 and version 3, limited editions, already at $505,949. Wow. And the Dungeon Crawler Carl Audio Immersion Tunnel is put into this as well. So don't forget that, guys. Here it is. Here is the damn Kickstarter. So yeah, already at $500,000. I don't know when it launched. I can't tell. It doesn't say what time it was launched. But yeah, it's more than $500,000 by now. So it's kind of amazing. Thank you guys again for all the support of this series. I mean, it's just been so out of this world, surreal to see this series succeed so hard. I mean, within like 2 crowdsourcing campaigns within less than a month of each other, and I mean, already one of them's at 1.7 mil. The other one has already passed half a mil. I mean, it's insane how much you guys appreciate this series, and we appreciate you guys probably more. People like quality shit, says Natiform Band, and I think that's true. I think that's true. So, thank you guys for all the support. Second thing I want to talk about is Chrysalis 7 Fated Antagonist. That has released today. So yeah, just 6 weeks after Chrysalis 6. Really excited for you guys to listen to this one. Honestly, I think 7 is better than 6. 6 for me was a little bit of a, I don't know, kind of an in-between book. 7 is like way more interesting, way more fun. We get to meet the nemesis of the ants, and yeah, it's a really great time. I honestly am really looking forward to the next Chrysalis. I just love narrating as Anthony so much. So if you guys haven't already, go pick it up. There's also this fun YouTube video that we did. Let me find it. Here it is. Yeah, it's a little ant documentary. So yeah, if you haven't already, subscribe to that channel. But yeah, Chrysalis 7, out now. Last thing I want to talk about before we get started, and actually I'll go ahead and ask now, do you guys want to play another music game today before I get started? I just want to do one. If we want to do one, or if you guys want to just get right into it, let's do it. Just let me know. Yeah, so Meet Your Maker 2. Meet Your Maker 2 has just released today. I don't know if you guys have listened to the first one, Meet Your Maker. This is by Seth McDuffie and Jonathan McLean, the same team that brought you Big Sneaky Barbarian. Except this time, Jonathan McLean is also a co-writer, is also a co-author. Now, Jonathan McLean gave me early access. He gave me the audiobook like a month ago, and my girlfriend and I have been listening to it. Now, what we listened to the first book again before starting book 2, because we loved the first book so much. It is a blast to listen to because Jonathan McLean is like, honestly, one of the greats when it comes to narration. Like, I already feel that way about him. He's really, really good at what he does, and he's also a great writer. Like, he wrote a couple of the sketches from LitRPG Con when we did our variety show, and in my opinion, they were 2 of the best sketches. Maybe one of them was the best, in my opinion. So please go pick it up. Meet Your Maker, by Seth McDuffie and Jonathan McLean. I actually put up a review at r/DCC about it. Jonathan McLean's just a good friend. He's a really cool guy, really good guy. Love talking to him. Real intelligent, real funny. Really experienced in the world of drama. He's actually co-written a film called The Outfit that was really amazing. It was really, really good. I think that came out in 2023 or 2022 or something. So he's really well connected in the industry as well. Like he's just a powerhouse. So if you guys have been sleeping on Meet Your Maker, if you've seen it and thought, not for me, I would encourage you to give it a shot. I think it definitely appeals to people like me, people, in the creative space because it's about an author who gets basically his world takes over the real world, the world that he's created in his fantasy novels. And it's just this ridiculous romp. It's so much fun. So if you haven't already, please check out Meet Your Maker. Book 2 just came out today. I'll give you a link to that as well. I really love this cover. And there it is. All right. So, anyway, Samantha Carruthers says, yes, music. Music is cool, says Fernando Sanchez. Amanda Face always wants to play. Why not, says that one human Irkin. So, Jeff asking again, would you rather live in the dungeon or die in the dungeon and get teabagged by Mongo? I think live, yeah. Brandon Webb says yes. Not sure if he means music or not, but I'm just going to say he is. When at Graphic Hat is on our team, yeah. How has your life changed because of DCC? No Gaga news. My life has changed completely. I mean, my business has been catapulted into the stratosphere as far as success. Uh, you know, it it turns out my favorite project is our most successful project, so my passion is directly connected to the amount of success we can have. Um, I've like it's given me the ability to start a new audiobook platform and hopefully continue to provide hope for the industry that we will continue to have a place where people are able to buy audiobooks for money rather than have them streamed to us for a monthly fee and narrated to us by machines rather than people. It's given me the reason I need to make the AIT, which has allowed us to produce a whole bunch more music. It's connected me with a bunch of different like celebrities and shit who I never thought I'd ever be able to talk to. And last but certainly not least, maybe my favorite thing, it's, introduced me to my current love. So everything is better because of DCC in my life. So I have no complaints. All right. By the way, those were the Kickstarter pledges. I didn't make that up. Okay. Definitely getting the limited edition version 1 AIT from the Kickstarter. Yes, I feel really good about Soundbooth Theater. Honestly, there's definitely a need for higher quality platforms because honestly, Audible isn't really taking the industry forward. Let's be real. No, AI is definitely a plus. All right. Yeah. Current love, Matt? No, not Matt. Matt, I had to snub Matt for someone else. He is scorned. That's why he hasn't finished book 8 yet. He is drowning in sorrow right now because I turned him down. All right, so we'll do one more song before we get started because it's fun. Don't forget this song is from The Stars Have Eyes, which is on the Soundbooth app. Oh, sorry, I forgot to turn you guys on here. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know or don't remember, all of these songs are covers of songs from British invasion bands from the 60s and 70s and sometimes 80s. And the game here is just we're gonna play the song, and you guys tell me if you can guess what the actual song is. Okay, so trying to see if there's any left that I haven't shown you guys. That's actually gonna be possible for you to guess. Okay. I think this is the one. This is one. There's like, I think this one and one more left that I haven't shown you guys. Not quite. Not Zeppelin. Nope, not Bowie. Very aggressive. Okay, this one. Oh, nice. Later on replays, she's got most of them. Okay. So one thing that we did when we were choosing the songs for this series was actually look at the titles. And so what I would do is I'd go, okay, Beatles. What Beatles songs have titles that sound eldritch in some way? So I would look through their entire list of songs and pick out the ones that sound eldritch, and then I would listen to those songs and say, okay, now is this going to fit in there anywhere? So we did that with a lot of bands. Pink Floyd was one of the bands we did that with. And it turned out that 3 or 4 of the songs actually come out of The Wall, because The Wall's like the most ominous, dark thing that Pink Floyd's ever done. So that one is called In the Flesh, and that one is also from The Wall. And it's about as opposite from the production of the original as it can get. Right, because In the Flesh, the original, it's like big, almost orchestral, like boom, 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 boom. So you think you something, I don't remember how the lyrics go. Might want to come to the show to feel the warm thrill of illusion that space cadet glow. Yeah, so that's what that one was. More Pink Floyd. Let's see, how many Pink Floyd tracks do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 Pink Floyd, and 3 of them are from The Wall. Ah, nice. Don't Need No Stupid Name is halfway through the second part of The Samurai. Yeah, guys, that just came out yesterday. Don't forget. Okay. Do you guys want one more that's maybe a bit obscure, or should we get going? I think we should actually, let's get going. Let's get going. No one got that one. Maybe during my break someone will get it.
Stay the fuck away away from you the moment you hit the 6th floor. Oh, for fuck's sake, we'll talk about selling it on the 5th floor before we get to the 6th. Don't touch me ever again.
It was In the Flesh by Pink Floyd. Graphicat, did you even hear the song? Aw. No wonder no one got it. Graphicat wasn't here. I thought you were here, bud. Sorry. Mordecai looked down at the large paper, worn and blood-spattered and filled with many more marks than when he'd started working on it over a week earlier. He blinked a few times, staring at the mess of circles. I still couldn't make sense of it. I couldn't imagine how anybody could make sense of this confusing bullshit. I had the sense whoever designed this let it get away from them. I hoped the same asshole wasn't in charge of the next floor, too. All right. Sounding like shit right now. That's okay. Work is dumb. Mordecai looked down at the large paper, worn and blood-spattered and filled with many more marks than when he'd started working on it over a week earlier. He blinked a few times, staring at the mess of circles. I still couldn't make sense of it. Mess of circles. I still couldn't make sense of it. I couldn't imagine how anybody could make sense of this confusing bullshit. I had the sense whoever designed this let it get away from them. Confusing bullshit. I had the sense whoever designed this let it get away from them. I hoped the same asshole wasn't in charge of the next floor, too. There we go. Oh, wait. Sorry. Let's share this window. Next floor, too. You see this? And this? And this? He pointed to the circle that was the nightmare's loop. He pointed to the circle that was the nightmare's loop. He pointed to the circle that was the nightmare's loop. He indicated several other named lines. He grabbed the pen off the table and drew a symbol in the corner. It was a group of overlapping circles, similar to the Olympics logo, though the rings were all a different size. He pointed to the second circle of the logo, then tapped the nightmare line again. He pointed to the second circle of the logo, then tapped the nightmare line again. He pointed to the second circle of the logo, then tapped the nightmare line again. It's the logo for the syndicate, at least from the top down. See here? It matches up perfectly. The named trains make a specific pattern. That means there is a train that has to loop to the front. Probably at this station here. Yes, look, you discovered it already. The escape velocity line. Yeah, that makes sense. Escape Velocity is the name of the ship that discovered the wormhole to the first system where a Gleaner scientific crew investigating a primal ship graveyard came across the Vogue generation ship. A few hundred cycles later, the Syndicate was formed. So, it's obvious once you know what you're looking for. I wasn't convinced. It's the logo for the Syndicate, at least from the top down. See here? It matches up perfectly. The named trains make a specific pattern. That means there is a train that has to loop to the front. Probably at this station here. Yes, look, you discovered it already. The escape velocity line. Yeah, that makes sense.
Escape Velocity is the name of the ship that discovered the wormhole to the first system, where a gleaner
Actually, don't hate
scientific
it.
crew investigating a primal ship graveyard came across the Vogue generation ship. A few hundred cycles later, the Syndicate was formed. So, it's obvious once you know what you're looking for.
What? How in the hell were we supposed to spot that? How do we even know what the Syndicate logo looks like? What? How in the hell were we supposed to spot that? How would we even know what the Syndicate logo looks like? Isn't it etched on the doors to the next floor down? No, it's a massive cuatine. Huh. When I did it, it was the Syndicate logo. Odd.
Massive cuatine. Huh. When I did it, it was the Syndicate logo. Odd.
He drew again, but this time it looked like a lopsided mattress spring. The circles were actually all connected together. Honestly, I don't understand how these wormholes work, and that's what the logo is based on. It's not usually portrayed in 2D, but in a twisting 3D shape. Sometimes they... It's not usually portrayed in 2D, but in a twisting 3D shape. Sometimes they show the rings fly together, but when it rotates, it's one piece. It's like one of those optical illusion things. Katia snatched the pen from him and started redrawing the logo from several different angles. Anyway, that's how I knew. The abyss here represents the center of the galaxy. You really filled this in well, Katia. The tracks probably represent... The tracks probably represent the worm paths. Yes, I see it now. The whole thing's a simplified map of the galaxy, and the train lines are the original worm paths. Does that stay...
Worm paths.
Does that say Station Mimic? They really went all out. There's a story about the early days of the Syndicate where the Helene system set up 6 way stations near the center. They were traps. The Helene were robbing and eating all the travelers and then stealing their tech. The Helene doesn't exist anymore, and they weren't really mimics, but they're oftentimes represented as them. They got wiped out by the Vault. They got wiped out by the Valte and the Orcs.
Anyway, that's how I knew. The abyss here are the original worm paths. Does that say Station Mimic? They really went...
All right, I'm going to start this over.
Say Station Mimic?
They really went all out. There's a story about the early days of the Syndicate where the Helene system set up 6 way stations near the center. They were traps. The Helene were robbing and eating all the travelers and then stealing their tech. The Helene didn't exist... The Helene don't... The Helene were... The Helene don't exist anymore, and they weren't really mimics, but they're oftentimes represented as them. They got wiped out by the Valte and the Orcs. Jesus. Jesus.
I'll tell you in the orcs. Orcs.
Oh, wow. I see it now. The Krakaren is a real creature. It is a collective mind, and it is spreading throughout the universe. Its proliferation causes a lot of anxiety. A better translation of its name is the Apothecary because of its ability to synthesize elements. When they call it the Krakaren, it's them deliberately bending the translation into a negative. What we have here in the dungeon is a caricature.
Caricature.
This station, where you wrote drug dealer, they have the Krakaren making the drugs, and the Puka are the ones handing it out. I think the Puka are supposed to represent the Plenty. They are a caprid race. They look like goats.
We hadn't seen or fought the Puka. We hadn't seen or fought the Puka. Dogs. Hey! Shut it! Shut up!
We hadn't seen
or fought the Puka, but I remembered that Ellie and Amani had. They were the ones who gave the addictive vitamin shot to the mobs. Ellie had described them as goblin things that turned into giant goats when you fought them.
Ellie had described them as goblin things that turned into giant goats when you fought them.
The Plenty invented the modern tunneling system. It's only been around for a few hundred seasons, but it allows near-universal real-time communications. The technology is proprietary, and nobody knows how it works. There's a ridiculous conspiracy theory that they use Krakaren technology, and it's all a ploy to get everyone in the Krakaren collective. Previously, everything had to be filtered through the wormholes. Borant had a stake in the communications relays that are now obsolete. It's a long story. I barely understand it all. Before, even in my season, the crawl would get just as many views as it does now, but most everyone in the universe would receive it on delay. Maybe an hour, maybe a year, depending on where you lived. Only the center system would get it live. It's only a recent thing that the outer systems are able to follow and favorite crawlers in real time. The breakthrough changed everything. The Plenty are responsible for so much prosperity, but some, like the bloom of the Kuatine, think of it as some insidious plot. They're like a telegram company protesting the invention of the telephone, or a typewriter company protesting the invention of the word processor. Wait, so when they have the Krakaren manufacturing drugs and... So when they have the Krakaren manufacturing drugs and giving it to the Puka to distribute to everyone else, what they are really doing is making some sort of bullshit metaphor to make a political point? That's what it looks like. This whole floor is a racist political cartoon telling the universe how shifty the Krakaren and the Plenty are. Borant has been very vocal about this for a while now. They say the Plenty are selling everybody this technology just so everybody will become addicted to it.
For a while now.
They say the Plenty are selling everybody this technology just so everybody will become addicted to it. but one day they will take it all away, and that will somehow allow their overlord, the Krakaren, to, I don't know, absorb the entire universe. It's a bit ironic, if you ask me, considering how Borant are actually using the tunneling technology to spew their hate everywhere. All of this was interesting, but I didn't really give a shit who was racist against who when all of them were... Damn it. All of this was interesting, but I didn't really give a shit who was racist against who when all of them were stepping all over us. As far as I was concerned, they could all go fuck themselves. But the story itself was important to know. But, anyway, now that we know how to get to the front, we just need to wait out the timer and hop down the stairs. Oh, and then give me your table upgrade coupons, so... Oh, and then give me your... Oh, and then give me your table upgrade coupon so I can boost up my alchemy table before we go down the floor.
We just need to wait out the timer and hop down the stairs. Oh, and then give me your table up. We just need to wait. Anyway. Oh, and then...
Is it still doing that stupid bullshit? Let's see.
Is it still doing that stupid bullshit?
Nope.
Stairs.
Oh, and then give me your table upgrade coupon so I can boost up my alchemy table before we go down the floor.
The timer and hop down the stairs. Oh, and then give me your table upgrade coupon so I can boost up my alchemy table before we go down the floor.
Okay, we'll give you a quick recap. But you gotta promise not to smack us again.
Wait until you hear about how we stuck Katia to the front of a train and then killed Heckler. Wait until you hear about how we stuck Katia to the front of a train and then killed Heckler.
No.
Then killed Heckler. Then killed Heckler.
We took our naps and reset our buffs. By the time we were ready to emerge out into the world again, we had 1 day and 10 hours left. Mordecai had been
10 hours left.
Mordecai had been busy while we slept. He'd rearranged the crafting room. He'd installed that repair bench I'd found and bought with 1 gold. Nope.
Left. Mordecai left.
Mordecai had been busy while we slept. He'd rearranged the crafting room. He'd installed that repair bench I'd found and bought 3 more benches, 2 with our coupons, and then 1 with gold. He bought a second alchemy table, which he said was necessary because he could specialize one of them. He bought a metalworking table, which he said he'd explain the purpose of later, and he bought something called a bolt thrower's workshop, which would eventually allow for the mass production of explosive and other magical crossbow bolts. Once we get that sapper's table up a few more levels, you can build Katia some great ammunition.
Once we get that sapper's table up a few more levels, you can build Katia some great ammunition.
We hadn't yet told him about the bolt she'd gotten from her sponsor. There was just so much he'd missed. I'd bring it up soon. He'd been aghast with some of the chances we'd taken over the past several days, and we had argued quite a bit over some of the expenses, but he'd been particularly impressed with the progress Katia had made, plus some of the items I'd manufactured, including the landmines and the heal-infused smoke curtains. Both of those items I'd actually gotten from the cookbook, but if he suspected anything, he said nothing.
Both of those
items I'd actually gotten from the cookbook, but if he suspected anything, he said nothing. We still had a lot to talk about. We hadn't discussed the Chimeras figure, nor the PvP coupons, nor a dozen other small items. I wasn't finished with him regarding that bullshit with Chaco either, but we simply didn't have the time.
Chaco either.
But we simply didn't have the time.
Either. But we simply...
All I know is what I've learned from years of watching syndicate programs. When my world was taken, we weren't much more advanced than your world was. We'd colonized a few planets in our solar system, and that was it. I was more interested in fungus and plants than the stars. But you're right. I think maybe it's, I don't know, squished.
Lots and lots of dialogue. All right, and we're introducing Imani.
I thought for a moment. If the floor is flipped, it wouldn't make a difference. Unless... Holy Jesus. Carl. Is the boss attached to the ceiling of the chamber? Is the boss attached to the ceiling of the chamber? Imani. Think. 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 Ellie. I returned my gaze back to the circled Station 24, where the Krakeran babies were gathered. They were getting bigger by the hour. They were getting bigger by the hour. By all accounts, they weren't ranging far from the area, but if there were so many of them, getting bigger by the moment, where were they all going? You know, if this whole thing is a metaphor, like you say, about how bad the Krakeran monsters really are for the universe, about how they're using the tunnel system to spread their influence or whatever, then I'm guessing they'll want them to be the final blow. The exclamation point to their stupid political cartoon. I think there might be an empty chamber between the two levels. I thought back to the time Katia and I entered the empty stairwell station, It had been a group of stairwells, all closed. They were in a circle in the middle of the room. How big was that? How big was that empty space in the middle of the circle? Pretty big, about the circumference of a railway.
Pretty big.
About the circumference of a railway tunnel. Fuck me. I think I figured it out.
The Whorehouse Warehouse commercial. Sorry, I got to read the Whorehouse Warehouse commercial. The Whorehouse Warehouse, yep. Oh, sorry, guys. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to hang out there for long. All right, so on to scene 3. We need Andy, Justin, Annie, and Alejandra. You don't get to know about the Whorehouse Warehouse. That's going to have to be a surprise, guys.
Immediately after the revelation, we jumped into action. I frantically set out. I frantically sent out a notification for everybody to abandon all stairwell stations. Any other place would be safer. We didn't know exactly when it was going to happen, but I suspected it would be soon. After the revelation, we jumped into action. I frantically sent out a notification. A few groups thought I was full of shit, and they happily said so. Thankfully, I talked Bautista over at... Thankfully, I talked Bautista over at the crowded Station 72 into getting out of there. Getting out of there. Okay. Thankfully, I talked Bautista over at the crowded Station 72 into getting out of there. They mostly fell back to the employee Station 60, waiting to see what would happen. Several other groups retreated to the tracks and the platforms. They still had ghouls to contend with there, but not so many. For now, the Crack-Heron babies were staying put and only attacking if you got near Station 24. The little fuckers were getting bigger by the hour. Ellie took a team of fighters, including Katia and Donut, to range down to the outskirts of Station 24 to fight and grind on the things, which were now all level 14 to 17 Crack-Heron juvenile clonelings. They were monkey-sized and covered with tentacles. Katia was trying out her new crowd control techniques while the others experimented with different types of attacks to see what worked best against them. Fire worked well. Crossbow bolts took them down, but only if you hit center mass. Chopping off their tentacles caused them to retreat, but only temporarily. Spells like magic missile worked, but not too well. Lightning did nothing. Ellie's freeze attacks did nothing unless it was an icicle through the body. Bashing weapons only worked if you hit really hard. Psychic attacks worked really well, causing them all to stop for a moment, but it didn't do any real damage. We only had 2 people who could cast that type of magic. The monsters were fast and had round, teeth-filled mouths that worked like living garbage disposals. The monsters were fast and had round, teeth-filled mouths that worked like living garbage disposals. Their tentacles burned on touch. Their blood was caustic, like with xenomorphs from Alien. Plus, they screamed, which was really unnerving. While Katia and Donut killed Crack-Heron children, I went to work. It took a good 5 hours to get the 2 interdiction carts back to Station 75 and then dialed into a colored line that intersected with the correct Station 36. From there, I gathered 20 high-strength crawlers, and we went to work transporting one of the 2 carts. We chose the Def Leppard cart, from the rails to inside the main chamber of Station 36. We physically lifted it off the tracks. I was worried 20 guys wouldn't be enough, but once again, I underestimated our extreme strength. We lifted it easily and with little effort. After some experimenting, I found it only took 5 or 6 guys to lift the cart.
Stop! Wait!
Stop! Wait!
Stop! Wait! Sorry. I ran here from the safe room. Lee June told me what you're attempting, and I've come to help. I got you guys. This is a magic wand. It shrinks. It only has 1 charge left. It doesn't work on living things, but we still used it to get past a few bosses. Once we shrunk the monster's collar, and it choked him to death. And once I used it to stop a train that was going to run us down. I was saving the last zap for an emergency. It'll work on the train cart. Make it small for 5 minutes, but it'll still be as heavy as before.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
The cart.
Stop! Wait!
What is it?
Sorry. I ran here from the safe room.
I'm gonna go get some water real quick. Be right back.
It'll still be as heavy as before.
Holy shit, that's amazing. How small will it make it? Holy shit, that's amazing. How small will it make it? If it's still heavy, we'll still need it big enough that we can push and turn it.
If
it's still heavy, we'll still need it big enough that we can push and turn it.
Make it. If it's still heavy, we'll still need it big enough that can push. Small will it make it? If it's still heavy, we'll still need it big enough that we can.
Size is easy. 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 It starts shrinking once I zap it, and Size is easy. It starts shrinking once I zap it, and keeps getting smaller until I turn it off. Size is easy. It starts shrinking once I zap it, and it keeps getting smaller until I turn it off. Otherwise, it stops on its own when it's about the size of a button.
And you did it on a train before? You know it'll work?
Yes. It worked on the whole train and killed everything on board. I jumped 6 levels all at once. I even got a boss box and a multi-kill box. It saved our lives.
Well, shit. Let's get this thing back up the stairs. After a harrowing 4.5 minutes rolling the much smaller cart through the twisting hallway, we pushed the heavy cart into the main chamber. We quickly shoved it to the center of the room, stopping it between the circle of inactive stairwells. It sat on the circle in the middle of the room. The floor had a faint etching on it, a side view of the Syndicate logo that I'd never have noticed if Mordecai hadn't shown us the night before. We all quickly backed up as the cart returned to its regular size, popping as it inflated. Alrighty, now comes the fun part. Imani came to stand next to me. She regarded the cart suspiciously. I knew she wasn't a big fan of this idea, especially the next part. Still, she'd contributed to the plan. She'd still had a few of those chain-making scrolls in her inventory, and I asked her to use them. Several piles of the magical chain sat coiled and ready. She had her colorful butterfly wings fully extended, and every time they touched me, they gave me a constitution buff that lasted 10 minutes. The buff didn't stack, but the timer reset every time the ethereal wings brushed across me. Each brush felt soft against my skin, like a sudden, pleasant breeze. I started pulling large metal pieces from my inventory as the others started attaching the chains to the cart. No, I'm not sure. But nobody else was coming up with any other ideas.
Fucking dogs. Hey! Fucking dogs barking, man.
Nobody else was coming up with any other ideas.
No, I'm not sure. But nobody else was coming up with any other ideas. No, I'm not sure. But nobody else was coming up with any other ideas. I warned them what's coming. That's the best we can do. Some people are sending folks to the Desperado to buy smoke curtains and hobgoblin dynamite to get ready. Others are forming outside the rooms and waiting to see what happens. If it happens like I anticipate, it's about to get crazy. Everyone is going to have to fight. They'll have to carve their way to the stairwells and then keep that path open while everyone goes down. I'm sure there will be plenty of fighting. I just want to even the odds a little. Across the way, a man with a spell that worked like an arc welder joined up two pieces of metal that had been too big for me to work at my engineering or new metalworking table.
Sorry guys, just getting updates on things. Justin's is 4 p.m. today, okay. Do I have something? Sorry, guys. Just taking care of this.
Joined up two pieces of metal that had been too big for me to work at my engineering or new metalworking table. It's a little.
Across the way, a man with a spell that worked like an arc welder joined up two pieces of metal that had been too big.
It's a little.
Across the way, a man with a spell that worked like an arc welder joined up two pieces of metal that had been too big for me to work at my engineering or new metalworking table. I'd already attached the two train wheels to the top, which were part of the pulley and lever system that we'd use to lift the cart. When they were done putting all the pieces together, the crane would have 5 legs, one placed between each of the 5 stairwells. Each piece would arc up and meet high above the center of the 5 stairwells.
Arch up? Arc or arch up?
High above the center of the 5 stairwells.
When we were done, it would look like some bullshit. When we were done, it would look like some bullshit college campus art installation or a half-finished jungle gym instead of what it really was, a crane. Less than an hour later, we used Imani's magical chain to lift the back end of the interdiction cart into the air. The cart lifted easily, and the magical chain did not break. Once it was pulled all the way up and about a half an inch off the ground, we locked the chain into place. The entire cart hung vertically in the room, like a prize fish on display. The front of the cart faced downward. The small scoop that represented the bottom of the portal scraped against the marble floor. With a group of us holding the cart in place and several others leaning against the crane's 5 legs, we made a few slight adjustments. Once we had the cart where we wanted, we used additional chains to anchor the front in place so it wouldn't swing. From there, I used my handmade ladder to climb up and to the cockpit. I patted the 2 Growler Gary left hands to make sure they were still firmly in place, and then I turned on the portal. I tuned it to the abyss. The portal crackled to life, facing downward. It was almost the exact same size as the circle of marble in the center of the room. Katia and Donut returned to the chamber. Katia was still 37, but Donut had raised a level to 33. Mongo had gone up a few levels to 26. Mordecai had insisted that we used Mongo as much as possible before the level was done. Mordecai had insisted that we use Mongo as much as possible before the level was done, and I was glad to see the dinosaur had done... Mordecai had insisted that we use Mongo as much as possible before the level was done, and I was glad to see the dinosaur had done well against the octopus monsters.
Crap. Nope. Fuck off.
She was in her She-Hulk form. Katia. Katia was in her She-Hulk form, about 8 feet tall and wide. She had her riot shield on her left arm, and she'd chosen to keep it in its original form. It made her look especially imposing.
Damn it.
Hey!
Especially imposing.
They're quite easy to kill. You should have been there. It was fun. They're quite easy to kill. You should have been there. It was fun. They're quite easy to kill. You should have been there. It was fun.
She jumped from Mongo's back to my shoulder and gave me a side headbutt. I pointed to the dangling. Interdiction cart with the crackling portal. I bet it was. God, I hope our theory is correct. Okay, guys. Everybody out of the station, quick. The clock ticked down. We'd all left the station, spreading out to several different platforms that led up to the main room. We stood upon the Vermilion Line platform, where my sole remaining interdiction cart waited. This was the same cart we'd ridden...
Riley!
They were barking at Ryan, who was leaving.
The clock. This was the same cart we'd ridden. This was the same cart we'd ridden all the way up to the end of the line to save Bautista and crew. This one was tuned to Station E, the same station where the Mimic still waited for crawlers to munch upon. No monsters had approached for a while now, but we didn't want to gather everybody in the same place, nor did we want to get sneaked up.
No monsters.
No monsters had approached for a while now, but we didn't want to gather everybody in the same place, nor did we want to get sneaked up upon. So we dispersed. Donut stood on my shoulder while Mongo leaned up against me. And just like that, it was on. All right, big announcement. We have Ryan Reed in that role. They're laying the story on a little thick. I mean, really, are we supposed to be cosplaying as terrified commuters now? Do I look like someone who would use No, this is Donut.
They're laying the story on a little thick. I mean, really, are we supposed to be cosplaying as terrified commuters now? Do I look like someone who would use public transportation?
My chat was suddenly filled with people screaming for their lives. Ronaldo QU. Gwendolyn Duet.
This is the fuck you bitch guy.
Ronaldo QU. Gwendolyn Duet. Ronaldo QU.
They are very comfy pants. And I have a big thing of water out there. It's like a purifier with its own spigot. Fuck you, bitch! I can't wait to see what Julian does with that.
Several iterations of this conversation filled my screen. All over, the center of the stations were falling away, and then the Krakeran monsters were pouring into the rooms. I felt an odd mix of terror and pride that we'd accurately predicted what would happen. But that pride was short-lived as I realized how many people, despite our work... But that pride was short-lived as I realized how many people, despite our warnings, had chosen not to protect themselves. I couldn't believe people could have gotten this far and still remain such idiots.
Oh, I got auditions in. Let's see. Let's listen to these.
Hej. Jo, jeg heter Eva. Ikke Eva. Eva. Jo, herregud. Efter fucking grinest. Yes, you did. I have 3 more hands. That little bitch shot you. Let me kill her. Yes, you did. I have 3 more hands. That little bitch shot you. Let me kill her. Yes, you did. I have 3 more hands. That little bitch shot you. Let me kill her. Herde, what the fucking... You're always saying you felt useless, Katia. You were being useful. We weren't really going to kill you. We just wanted Carl's famous temper to flare. Now, shut the hell up and come. I heard it. You're always saying you felt useless, Katia. You were being useful. We weren't really going to kill you. We just wanted Carl's famous temper to flare. Now, shut the hell up and come.
So this is her auditioning.
You were always saying you felt useless, Katia. You were being useful. We weren't really going to kill you. We just wanted Carl's famous temper to flare. Now, shut the hell up and come.
Okay, so that was Eva.
Carl, thank you. I asked you to take care of my girl, and you did. But you did more than take care of her. You helped her level and taught her how to protect herself. I am in your debt. Hecla. Carl, thank you. I asked you to take care of my girl, and you did. But you did more than take care of her. You helped her level and taught her how to protect herself. I am in your debt. Carl, thank you. I asked you to take care of my girl, and you did. But you did more than take care of her. You helped her level and taught her how to protect herself. I am in your debt. We came through the employee portal thanks to your information, Carl. Sadie cast her glass prison spell on the graveyard, and we all made it through. We were at substation H. We hiked up to station 60. The station was barren. Well, mostly barren. A few NPCs had gathered, looking for their families. There's a switch there that allows you to choose which of the 12 homeward-bound platforms to get upon. Katie said you'd come in at train yard E, so it was easy to find you from there.
No, same person.
No. We came through the employee portal thanks to your information, Carl. Sadie cast a glass prison spell on the graveyard, and we all made it through. We were at substation H. We hiked up to station 60. The station was barren. Well, mostly barren. A few NPCs had gathered, looking for their families. There's a switch there that allows you to choose which of the 12 homeward-bound platforms to get upon. Katia said you had come in at train yard E, so it was easy to find you from there. We came through the employer portal thanks to your information, Carl. Sadie cast her glass prison spell on the Kravyat, and we all made it through. We were at substation H. We hiked up to station 60. The station was barren. Well...
Yeah, she sounds great. I mean, her Hecla is great. Like, I like both. So what I asked her for was a heavier accent for Eva than for Hecla to be deeper voiced, and for Eva to be a little bit of a psycho. I think she did that well. I told her also that Eva would have the thicker accent of the two, which she did. So I think yeah, she's definitely got to be Hecla. I really want the Icelandic to come through, and I'm hoping that maybe she can also teach Andy and the person we're gonna get for Eva. Oh, by the way, so I told Matt that the Icelandic name EVA is Eva, and he still said, nah, don't change it. Keep it Eva. So, okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay, so, yeah, she definitely has Hecla. Okay, cool. Ryan DeChan. Hey, Jeff, even if you can't tell us what it is, have you ever had any impact on the story itself or any aspect through your interactions with Matt? Yeah, a little bit. Just the one thing that I always remember is when he asked me what I wanted Mordecai to become for book 5, I think. Book 5, he was the I told him I wanted him to become a Mogwai. So he had to make up something that's like a Mogwai.
And he came up with this guy with this voice here. The little cute guy.
No.
Such idiots.
God, her Hecla was awesome, right? Her Hecla was awesome.
We cautiously returned up the stairs and through the tunnels. The flamethrower squads uprooted their defensive positions and followed. We entered the station. The interdiction cart remained hanging upside down, directly over the hole. Monsters poured up into the portal. We could see it through the haze of the portal's backside. The Krakeran monsters fell head first, feet first, and sideways into the portal, like the hole in the ground was actually in the ceiling. Thousands of them. They kept coming, getting sucked directly. Thousands of them. Thousands of them. They kept coming and coming, getting sucked directly into the portal and to the abyss. We all stood and stared. Imani was the one who snapped us back to reality.
Oh, yeah. I thought she was great in both roles, but I wanted to give one of them to Jessica Threet.
I turned to see a pair of juvenile Krakeran beasts slinking into the chamber from one of the opposite entrances. They weren't coming into the room from the newly opened escape tunnel, but from one of the main railways. The things had likely been filling the secret tunnels between the tracks, the center of Katia's noodle, and once the hatches all opened, they were being spooged all over the place. If they were also going into the regular empty stations, then me plugging the hole here was only a temporary fix. We jumped into action. Katia rolled forward, turning into...
Crap. She's like Megatron.
We jumped into action. Katia rolled forward, turning into... Crap. We jumped into action. Katia rolled forward, turning into her sentinel gun. She took out both of the octopuses while the others set up their perimeter defensive positions. Donut leaped to Mongo and rushed to defend one of the choke points while I stood sentry over the portal. Once the defenses were set, Katia returned to her humanoid form and stood next to me and Imani. Once the defenses were set, Katia returned to her humanoid form and stood next to me and Imani. I imagined the giant abyss pit filling up with the monsters. Me and Imani. I imagined the giant abyss pit filling up with monsters, so many of them together that it overflowed. The pit was much too big for that to really happen, though I suspected the majority of these monsters were surviving the high fall from the portal to the bottom of the abyss. These things were squishy and resistant to blunt trauma. The pit was probably a writhing mass of these monsters by now. I wondered if they got along with the hordes of ghouls that lived in the bottom of the abyss, or with the wall monitor lizards who lived on the edges. It didn't matter, as long as they remained way over there. In fact, I realized as I watched the constant stream of creatures, it was probably a good thing for everybody if they did survive the fall into the pit. In fact, I realized as I watched the constant stream of creatures, it was probably a good thing for everybody if they did survive the fall into the pit. These were living, non-undead creatures, which meant every time one of them died, a ghoul was generated at a nearby ghoul generator.
Some of these guys we've had to kill 3 times. Once when...
Some of these guys we've had to kill 3 times. Some of these guys we've had to kill 3 times. Once when they hit the stage 3 DTs. Some of these guys we've had to kill 3 times. Once when they hit the stage 3 DTs, then again when they're crack-Aaron babies, and then again if they turn into ghouls. Some of these guys we've had to kill 3 times. Once when they hit the stage 3 DTs, then again when they're crack-Aaron babies, and then again if they turn into ghouls.
Turn into ghouls.
And Vanille. We're having Vanille Velasquez. Playing as Surrendelgore.
A group of red dots appeared on the map, though it wasn't so many. A group of red dots appeared on the map, though it wasn't so many. Maybe 20 of them. I felt the heat of the flamethrowers even halfway across the room. The mobs were killed in seconds.
Hey! Don't be an experience hog!
Yo, Donut, play nice. We're all on the same team here.
Talk?
Yo, Donut, play nice. We're all on the same team here.
Carl, I said I had the monster on the left, and he shot him first with the flamethrower.
Team here.
Carl, I said I had the monster on the left, and he shot him first with the flamethrower.
I looked over and saw what the problem was. The crawler operating the flamethrower was a level 27 dog soldier. Her class was something called a crisper. She looked like a walking, talking German shepherd. She had a Vietnam-era helmet on her head with little holes cut out for her ears. Her name was Serendelgore. I couldn't even begin to imagine how to pronounce that name, nor guess what nationality she originally was. But the fact she was a dog-themed race meant Donut would have an instant dislike of her. I couldn't even begin to imagine. Her name was Serendelgore. I couldn't even begin to imagine how to pronounce. Her name was Serendelgore. Cut out for her ears. Her name was Serendelgore. I couldn't even begin to imagine. Gore? I couldn't even begin to imagine how to pronounce that name, nor guess what nationality she originally was. But the fact she was a dog-themed race meant Donut would have an instant dislike of her. God damn it, Donut. Go to a different position and leave her alone.
Come on, Mongo. Come on, Mongo.
Nope.
You know, Katia, if your whole double-sided track theory is correct, then there's a straight line through that hole to that other... You know, Katia, if your whole double-sided track theory is correct, then there's a straight line through that hole to the other Chamber 36, and there's probably one of those province bosses in there. Super close. That's what I was originally worried about when you said the tracks were mirrored. Behind us, another group of mobs approached and were quickly dispatched. Then another. Soon we had red dots all around us. There were 4 choke point entrances to the chamber, not including the secret one to the employee line, which we kept closed and guarded. The Nightmare was down there. The Nightmare was down there, still parked a few stations down. I'd poked my head into the line a bit earlier to see if the train was still there. We'd last used it to ferry Brynhild's daughters to 60, and that's where it remained. The train was still on and idling. I could tell right away that something was wrong with Firebrandy. Her usual matter-of-fact Southern belle but also German persona had shifted to something more melancholy. She was still giving birth regularly. I didn't know if we'd get another chance to see her before the floor ended, and I'd wanted to collect more of the Sheol rocks. I'd shown one to Mordecai, and he'd practically jizzed himself and told me to retrieve as many as possible. I'd asked her if she could part with any, and she allowed me to take several hundred still burning pieces, along with a few dozen that hadn't caught. I'd shown one to Mordecai. I'd asked her if she could part with any, and she allowed me to take several hundred still burning pieces, along with a few dozen that hadn't yet caught on fire. Fire. That's crazy. Madison hadn't deserved that. Well, her character deserved it. That was the thing, wasn't it? Deserved that. Well, her character deserved it. That was the thing, wasn't it? Well, her character deserved it. That was the thing, wasn't it? All these NPCs were playing characters, and only a handful were starting to realize it. And that, I realized, was the problem with Brandy. She'd finally realized that this was all a construction. How did one deal with that? Especially one who had children. We, gotta get back there. If I don't see you, take care of those babies, okay? We, gotta get back there. If I don't see you, take care of those babies, okay? The demon woman didn't answer. She just nodded and returned to her fire. An hour later, and the number of monsters coming through the hole in the center of the room had trickled to a stop, but the mobs were now approaching us from all the other angles. We were starting to see blister ghouls mixed in with the octopus monsters. I moved to stand next to Donut. We let the flamethrowers do most of the work, but I tossed smoke curtains and the non-explosive bangers at the incoming monsters while Donut hurled magic missiles at them. She occasionally cast Second Chance on one of the corpses, and then Clockwork Triplicate. The zombie crack herons wreaked havoc on their fellow clones for several seconds before they were torn down. Katia returned to her gun form. She towered over the group, choosing to sit high and fire down into the throngs. We stood amongst hundreds of other crawlers, all throwing fire at the mobs. We held them back, but sometimes the waves were so thick, so frenzied, I feared we'd be overwhelmed. Our only respite came when the dead filled the hallways so much it created a clog. It had remained that way for several minutes until the acid blood broke down their own bodies, and the corpses started to melt. Sometimes the corpses exploded for no reason, showering acid at the defenders. We lost several people that way. We'd had to form barriers to keep the caustic liquid from pooling into the chamber, which would in turn burn the feet of the defenders. The acid didn't burn away with fire, but we found it could be frozen. The acid would eventually melt, but it lost its acidity after that. That became Ellie's job. She zipped from one choke point to the next, freezing the pools of acid. Carl. Any updates, Bautista? Bautista. After that, I started to receive even more dire messages from several other groups. One group was pinned in the area between Train Yard E and the monsters all pouring from the tunnels. They'd thought to switch over to the employee line, but they couldn't get close, and the station mimic at the train yard was sending pieces of itself out to hit from behind. And the station mimic at the train yard was sending pieces of itself out to hit them from behind. They were getting squeezed. Everywhere, groups who'd stayed in the stations had taken heavy losses, but those who'd fallen back were unable to get back in, and now we had reports of province bosses appearing in the rooms where there hadn't been one before. The dog soldier woman was falling back. A human to her right abruptly had tentacles wrapped around him. His body exploded into mist. These new Krakeran monsters were suddenly all level 20 to 23 and about 7 feet tall.
Donut! Katia! Ludicrous! Mongo, stay! Mongo, stay! Mongo, stay! Mongo, stay! Mongo, stay!
We detached from our spot and ran toward the hole in the defenses. I pulled a boom jug from my inventory. Katia widened as she moved. She rotated her riot shield 90 degrees and pushed it forward like a literal battering ram. Ahead, the hallway was full of monsters, crammed tight.
Go!
She activated Crowd Blast. She rushed forward, exploding into the crowd like a wrecking ball. The Krakeran monsters and ghouls rocketed back like bowling pins. Acid misted into the air. I was already running, following her. She'd gone far, all the way to the first intersection. This junction was like a T, going left and right, both with short stairwells leading down, which in turn led to a dozen other chambers in each direction. I made a split-second decision as I ran, and I pulled a second boom jug. Katia, dazed, but still on her feet, pulled her crowd-control baton and swung it in one direction as the crossbow flipped upside down and fired in the other. We came running up.
Let me know when you're ready! Go! Counting down from 3 now!
Ready!
Go! Count!
I tossed the boom jugs in both directions just as Donut puddle jumped us back to the main room. Twin fireballs erupted at the end of the hallway. The 3 of us stumbled backward, having been teleported back into the main room. Only then did I feel it, the acid burning my face and legs.
Ah!
Only then. The acid burning. Only then did I feel it. The acid burning my face and legs.
But Imani was right there, and all three of us glowed. But Imani was right there, and all three of us glowed. She cast something to negate the acid, and a moment later it was as if nothing had happened. Though my jacket, my only non-magical clothing item, now had a huge hole in the left arm. My cloak and other magical items were unharmed. That was pretty awesome. Katia, you okay?
That was pretty awesome.
We just wasted my last puddle jump of the floor. I'm fine, Mongo. Mummy's fine.
You're welcome.
Last puddle jump of the floor. I'm fine, Mongo. Mummy's fine.
You're welcome.
I looked worriedly over at the crane. I looked worriedly over at the crane, but the device held. I had a thought. I sent a quick message to Mordecai. Carl, Mordecai.
Mordecai.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I'm guessing the soul crystals they use for those ghoul generators are a little smaller than the one you have in your inventory, so they can't handle so much simultaneous stress. I know this because you're still alive. Too much local stress and they pop like fuses. Luckily, when they go that way, they'll only kill everything in the room and maybe a block in each direction. And not an entire quadrant. Carl, holy shit. I have a glorious idea. Mordecai. No. No. Carl, you don't know what it is yet. Nope.
Carl, you don't know what it is yet.
Mordecai, I don't care what it is. If it's a Carl idea, it's probably a brilliant idea that's going to get you killed. Donut told me about how you captured the nightmare train. I bet you thought that was a glorious idea, too.
Nightmare train.
I bet you thought that was a glorious idea, too.
Nightmare train. I bet you thought that was a glorious idea. The nightmare train. I bet you thought that was a glorious idea, too.
Carl, no, that was a dumb idea. This is much better. Though, it's funny you mentioned the nightmare.
All right. On to scene 4. This one. This one's got like fucking everybody. All right. All right. Collect it all and saved. Okay, guys, so I'm going to take a bit of a bathroom break. Got to take the dogs out. So, did I collect all and save yet?
Mostly barren. A few.
All right, so I'm going to play another... I'm going to put another song on. Okay, here goes. So, as I'm gone, you guys go ahead and try and guess this song. I'll go ahead and center this. But yeah, this one's going to be a tough one. It is a real deep cut. In fact, I'd never heard this song until I found it. Like I said before, I made a list of all the songs, or I looked through a list of all the songs from each of these British invasion bands. And I picked the songs out according to their titles because of how they might fit into an Eldritch theme. So this was one I hadn't heard before I decided to incorporate it into this soundtrack. I'm back. All right. Anyone guess this one? Did anyone guess this one? Anybody got? Anyone just want to throw out band names at least? Shit, no. You could hear it two different ways. Shit, nah, or shit, nah. Which one is it? It is not The Cure. Good guess, though, Amanda Face. Thank you, Broken Joker. Any other guesses? The second. Shit, no. All right. That was The Night Comes Down by Queen. Oh, and Jonathan McLean is sending me very gracious texts. Yeah, by the way, guys, don't forget Meet Your Maker 2 has just released today. If you haven't already checked out Meet Your Maker. Oh, you missed it. That's a bummer. So if you guys haven't checked out Meet Your Maker, you should. It's written by Seth McDuffie and Jonathan McLean. And Jonathan McLean actually narrated it as well, and he does such a fantastic job. You guys should definitely check it out. So it's on Audible. All right. Meet Your Maker, but not EAT. EET. Okay. Yeah, that was a real deep cut. Queen. I've never heard that song before I put that on the album, so or in the audio drama. All right, so here we go. Time for scene 4. Nope. No rain over here. Damn doggy doors, yeah. Whew. Yeah, go check out that Queen song, guys. It's like amazing. It's like a really amazing song. The Night Comes Down. Pretty sure that's what it's called. Yep. There you go. Time to level collapse, 17 hours. Time to the opening of the stairwells, 11 hours. The 2 closest soul crystals had popped. The 2 closest soul crystals had popped. At least, that's what I was gambling on. I suspected the bigger the Krakaren beasts grew, the more of a burden each one put on the crystals when they died. This was likely all by design, a part of the game, a way to keep everything fair. In fact, I also suspected killing one of those province bosses likely had the side effect of blowing every soul crystal in the area. Ellie. Carl. Imani, I need a team to help us find our way back to my last interdiction cart. If it's still there, Donut, Katia, and I are going to jump on and then head toward the train yard. I'll need to keep 3 or 4 of them with us because we're going to need to lift the thing up. Imani. But before she even had the chance to ask, Li Jun, Zhang, and Li Na were suddenly there, right by my side. He has his volunteers. He has his volunteers. He has his volunteers. He has his volunteers. What about the rest of your team?
He has his volunteers. What?
I looked for the others. I recognized their old boss, one of the men we'd saved from the maestro. He was standing next to the mushroom guy and several of the others, defending one of the 4 exits. They are needed here. We will help best. They are needed here. We will help best when we can. We will help best when we can and we will help best we can and return. It is the least we can do. They are needed here. We will help best we can and return. It is the least we can do. Awesome. I hadn't had the time to examine or meet Li Na yet, but I examined her now. I remembered her as a slight, almost mousy woman. She was taller now, rail thin. Her skin was deathly pale, ghost-like. She still resembled the woman she was, but her face had taken an odd... She still resembled the woman she was, but her face had taken on an odd, demon-like appearance. Her mouth was almost twice as wide as it should be, and her brow was deeply ridged. A short pair of black horns stuck up through her black hair. She wore a flowing white and red robe with long, wide arms that almost reached the floor. Chains hung from the armholes, and they dragged as she walked, causing her to jingle. I knew from the recap episode that she had at least 4 different chains she fought with. One caught on fire, and another tossed wind blades when she swung it like a lasso over her head. One could keep mobs immobilized. She was level 30, and her race was something called a Cheng Bi. Her class was the ominous-sounding slave driver. Her class was the ominous-sounding slave driver. She met my gaze. Her dark airs.
She met my gaze, her dark eyes boring into me. Despite her disturbing appearance, I could see why Zhang had a thing for her. There was something there, deep and alluring, but also terrifying. She had an, I might murder you at any moment, but I'll probably be fun... She had an, I might murder you at any moment, but it'll probably be fun for both of us aesthetic.
Terrifying.
She had an, I might murder you at any moment, but it'll probably be fun for both of us aesthetic.
Okay, so I have not cast Lina yet.
You are quite welcome.
Okay. We have a lot to do, and not much time to do it. But the first step is to get to that cart. Donut.
She does have a point, Carl.
Lina, it turned out, was pretty damn smart. And intense. She reminded me a little of Imani, plus Chris, Brandon's brother, who was still in the wind somewhere. And Hekla. She did not talk often, but when she did speak, it was usually to point out an obvious flaw in my plan. Both Li Jun and Zhang were too timid to tell me if I was full of shit. Donut wasn't, but she rarely had an alternate plan. Katia often had good ideas, but she was prone to second-guessing herself to the point of letting me bowl right over her. I could tell right away Li Na would not suffer any fools, and if she opened her mouth, everybody around her paused to hear what she had to say. We would never work well together as a party. We would never work well together as a party. Not after this. Not if we wanted to remain... Not after this. Not if we wanted to remain friendly with one another. Not after this. Not if we wanted to remain friendly with one another. It's not that I didn't want to work with someone like her. In fact, I probably needed more people like her around me. I thought she was pretty cool. But I could tell she was quickly getting irritated with me. That was okay. Small teams that occasionally worked together was still the best way to go. There possibly was a formal way to attach separate parties according to the cookbook. There possibly was a formal way to attach separate parties according to the cookbook, but it didn't get turned on until the 6th floor. A guild system. It was only mentioned in the 22nd edition of the cookbook, so I didn't know for certain if it was still a thing or not. That happened a lot, where they tested new features for a crawl or two before they decided on whether to keep it or not. I hoped it remained. It was Lina's idea to raise up the Def Leopard cart and then poke at the ass of the province boss on the other side of the noodle. If we enticed it to attack, it'd hit the portal and teleport to the abyss. That's a fantastic idea. We can't kill the thing, but we can at least get it out of there. But we need to do it now, before we leave. I quickly told the others the plan. It turned out the Krakaren monsters had invaded all the transfer stations, but the regular, empty stations that weren't prime numbers on stairwell stations did not have trapdoors in them, and those places all had only a single entrance. Bautista and his group were set up at 3 such stations. Each station had a short, easily defensible entrance that was at the top of a thin set of stairs. All around the tangle, others were doing the same. Carl, everyone, keep at least 2 stations away from either Station 12 or 72, the 2 types of station with soul crystals. We're going to attempt to blow them all at once. But there were several things I had to do first, starting with this province boss. As Lena had said, teleporting this thing to the abyss would just add to the pile. There hadn't been any Krakaren mobs in the noodle for a while now, but we'd had dozens of reports of the boss from the other side seeping its way into the opposite room, thus occupying both. People who had abandoned their Station 36 were fighting their way back to find a giant boss in the room, a boss they couldn't handle. The province boss directly across from our room hadn't attempted to come in our space, likely because of the portal. Lena's idea was to raise up the Def Leopard cart, leaving enough room for someone to lean in and get its attention. We could only lift the cart an additional foot, but that was enough for Donut to carefully stick her head into the hole and peer across the way to the other room to see if there even was a boss there. There was nothing on her map, but that didn't mean anything. There was nothing on her map, but that didn't mean anything.
Was a boss there. There was nothing on her map.
Be careful. If even a whisker touched the portal, she'd be zapped away to the abyss. We didn't dare turn it off. We should have used Katia for this, but Donut had insisted on peering into the noodle.
We should
have used Katia for this, but Donut had insisted on... Damn it. We should have used Katia for this, but Donut had insisted on peering into the noodle.
Turn it off. We should have used...
It's there. It's just hair and quivering skin covering up the hole. It's disgusting. It looks like one of those guys whose pants doesn't cover his butt. Like when your smelly friend used to come over and play video games while you 2 lied about your exploits with women. What was his name? Monobrow Sam? Really, Carl, I don't know why you had such revolting friends. It's there. It's just hair and quivering skin covering up the hole. It's disgusting. It looks like one of those guys whose pants doesn't cover his butt. Like when your smelly friend used to come over and play video games while you 2 lied about your exploits with women. What was his name? Monobrow Sam? Really, Carl, I don't know why you had such revolting friends. Those guys whose pants doesn't cover his butt. Like when your smelly friend used to come over and play video games while you 2 lied about your exploits with women. What was his name? Monobrow Sam?
One more time.
It's there. It's just hair and quivering skin covering up the hole. It's disgusting. It looks like one of those guys whose pants doesn't cover his butt. Like when your smelly friend used to come over and play video games while you 2 lied about your exploits with women. What was his name? Monobrow Sam? Really, Carl, I don't know why you had such revolting friends.
All right, let's listen.
It's there. It's just hair and quivering skin covering up the hole. It's disgusting. It looks like one of those guys whose pants doesn't cover his butt. Like when your smelly friend used to come over and play video games while you 2 lied about your exploits with women. What was his name? Monobrow Sam? Really, Carl, I don't know why you had such revolting friends. had such revolting friends.
Okay, pull back. God damn it, be careful. Watch your head.
Friends.
Okay, pull back. God damn it, be careful. Watch your head.
I got an achievement just for looking at it. At the boss, I mean, not your friend's butt. But I should have received an award for having this... I got an achievement just for looking at it. At the boss, I mean, not your friend's butt. But I should have received an award for having to see that too. The monster is glowing blue. And another colour. It's sparkling.
It's a province, boss. It probably has a million buffs going at once. Can we get on with this? You're probably going to get another achievement for hitting it with a magic missile, too. It's a province, boss. It's a province, boss. It probably has a million buffs going at once. Can we get on with this? You're probably going to get another achievement for hitting it with a magic missile, too. Can we get on with this? You're probably going to get another...
It's going to be a good one. I have a full-powered shot stored in my glasses, and I'm going to hit it with a double shot.
A group of crawlers detached the chain holding the cart up and held onto it. I threatened each and every one of them not to drop it prematurely.
I hit it! I hit it!
Drop it! Drop the cart! Drop it! Drop the cart! Drop it! Drop the cart! The crawlers groaned, lowering the cart back into place. I locked the chain while I secured the lower chain. The moment I did, the whole cart shuddered. I felt it. It had worked. Fuck yeah! High five! Okay then. Moving on. Okay then. Moving on. Moving on. Shit, maybe we only got some of it. Shit, maybe we only got... Shit, maybe we only got some of it. These portals are pretty stout. Nothing can get through it. These portals are pretty stout. Nothing can get through it.
yourselves, you cowards!
Get through it.
Hello? Who's there? Show yourselves, you cowards! Show yourselves, you cowards! Ah! You have deprived me of my prey, and I demand satisfaction! Cowards! Ah! You have deprived me of my prey, and I demand satisfaction! Carl, it's another crawler. Look at the map.
Katia, turn off the portal, but get ready to flip it back on. She nodded and rose into the air on stilt-like legs to reach the controls. The portal flickered and turned off. I leaned over and looked down. Across the way, another crawler stared down at me, also standing at the edge of the noodle and looking in. We met eyes over the distance.
Carl! I should have known such a colossal fuck-up could only be perpetrated by such a colossal... Carl! I should have known such a colossal fuck-up could only be perpetrated by such a colossal dolt!
Hello, Prepotente.
Ah!
What the hell?
What the?
Okay, I gotta do that. I gotta do that scream again because I made some metal vibrate and so it got a tinny sound. Still getting the tin. It's not too bad.
What the hell?
Oh, hello, Donut. Well met. You're even more delightful in person. I've been wishing to meet you for some time now.
Nope.
Oh, hello, Donut. Well met. You're even more delightful in person. I've been wishing to meet you for some time now. We are two of a kind, you and I. From what I understand, we're the only two remaining Earth creatures in this dungeon who have gained true sapience. I was so very disappointed to learn you'd obtained access to the Desperado Club and not Club Vanquisher. I do wish to share a brandy with you sometime and to discuss our unique circumstances. Club Vanquisher? I do wish to share a brandy with you sometime and to discuss our unique circumstances. Now, Carl, is that other one with you? The murderer? If so, then there are 5 of the top 10 here all at once. That must be a first. Club Vanquisher, I do wish to share a brandy with you sometime and to discuss our unique circumstances. Now, come.
We have a few former top 10s in here. We have a few former top 10s in here. Now what the hell are you doing over there?
First.
We have a few.
What do you think? I was about to kill the boss. I had it asleep and entranced, and I was working on lowering its blood pressure enough to initiate a cardiac arrest. Another 2 hours and it would have worked too. And when it perished, it would have blown multiple soul crystals, thus causing a chain reaction throughout the entire system that would allow our fellows to proceed to the next floor. Instead, I am now looking through a hole in the floor at the next floor. Instead, I'm now looking through a hole in the floor at definitive proof that humans and Neanderthals are related. Where, pray tell me, did you teleport my target to?
to the next floor. Instead, I'm now looking through a hole in the floor at definitive proof that humans and Neanderthals are related. Where, pray tell me, did you teleport my target to?
To the abyss. Why don't you come over here and call me a Neanderthal to my face?
Face.
I could kill you! I could crunch your bones and glory in the sound that they made when they splintered!
The attack came from someone standing right next to him. He disappeared from view, and a new head appeared in the hole. A woman. He disappeared from view, and a new head appeared in the hole. A woman.
All right, so we haven't cast Miriam Dom yet.
This was Miriam Dom, the human shepherd. The goat lady, they called her. She was about 40 years old, a little plump and dark-haired. She carried a long staff with a hook at the end like she was a god. She carried a long staff with a hook at the end like she was goddamned little Bo Peep. She had a gentle Italian accent. Plump and dark-haired. She carried a long staff with a hook at the end like she was goddamned little Bo Peep. She had a gentle... The goat returned to the table. The goat returned to the hole. I didn't know how the hell she put up with this. Jesus fuck.
The goat returned to the hole. I didn't know how...
I will kill you tonight as you sleep, Mother! I will kill you tonight as you sleep, Mother!
Fuck.
I will kill you tonight as you sleep, Mother!
She reached over and kissed the goat on the top of the head where she'd whacked him. I saw then that he had human-like fingers, though his fingernails were long and curled and black. Whatever change he'd undergone to make him intelligent was different than the one Donut had undergone.
Do it again. It still hurts. I'm sorry I wanted to murder you. I'm sorry I wanted to murder you. I'm sorry I wanted to murder you.
I have questions. So very many questions.
I have questions. So very many questions.
They both departed from view. A new creature appeared, but only for a moment. It was huge and dark and covered with phantom black flames that flickered with wisps that drank the light. 3 pairs of human-like breasts ran down the monster's underside. This was another goat, transformed. It was the size of a horse. We'd seen this thing before. Mordecai had called it a hellspawn familiar. The air crackled with heat as it passed. I exchanged a look with Amani, and she shook her head. The bizarre exchange told me all I needed to know about that group. We needed to stay the fuck away from them.
Did you hear that? He called me delightful.
We had to fight our way to the cart. Imani dispatched a crew to help us grind our way down there. There were still dozens of the Krakeran monsters in the halls and on the tracks. I had no idea how the hell the goat team had survived in this. Reports from around the dungeon were that the waves were still thick everywhere. I knew we could be overwhelmed at any moment, so we needed to hurry. Both Li Jun and Li Na were ferocious fighters. Li Jun was like a damn kung fu master, flipping through the air and grabbing tentacles and throwing the monsters. Li Na was similar, though she twirled and wrapped the monsters in her chains, paralyzing them, allowing Zhang to cast a spell called Dirt Clod that pummeled them to death with rocks. All three of them, it turned out, had an immunity to acid attacks. After the incident with the brindle grubs on the second floor, it was something all three looked for in their respective classes. I didn't blame them. The cart, thankfully, remained where we left it. The monsters had ignored it. It was turned on and facing Stop 24, but there weren't many creatures coming from that direction anymore. Katia set up at the back of the cart, facing backward to take down anything that gave chase. Zhang, Mongo, Li Jun, and his sister stood guard in the middle of the cart, while Donut and I took to the cockpit. We had but minutes to get on and get going before a new wave of red dots would descend upon us. I hit the throttle, and we were off. My immediate worry was Station 24. The last time we passed it, we'd been jumped by Krakeran babies. I knew they'd all gone inside to pull their escape tunnel bullshit, but surely there were more hanging out at the station, just waiting for some dumbasses to stroll on by. I knew they'd all gone inside to pull their escape tunnel bullshit, but surely there were more hanging out at the station, just waiting for some dumbasses to stroll on by. And sure enough, as we blasted past the station, a single Krakeran stood on the platform. This one was huge, a massive octopus thing with swirling tentacles. A neighborhood boss, probably just as big, if not bigger, than the one we'd fought on the second floor. Luckily, it was half slopped onto the track, its giant tentacles casually hanging over the edge of the platform. We hit it with the portal, and it teleported the whole thing away, leaving a wet spot on the tiles as we continued to zoom toward the train yard. I eased off the throttle after that, coasting to a stop just before we left the tunnel and entered the massive cavern that housed the train yard. We needed to get this cart onto the employee line, facing the deeper levels. In order to do that, we had to maneuver the cart to the entrance of the employee line with the portal facing the opposite direction it faced now. The problem with that was twofold. One, this cart was a different gauge than the employee line. The wheels were too close together, so we wouldn't be able to drive it on the tracks. And two, in order to get it there, we had to physically pick up the cart and carry it across dozens of other tracks, all through an area crawling with both ghouls and minions of the Mimic. We eased out of the tunnel and paused, taking in the massive cavern. The main fenced-in area of Train Yard E was still a good half of a mile away. I could see the wrecked remnants of the giant fence. The massive gate still stood, and so did the real administrative building. The massive gate still stood, and so did the real administrative building. I could smell the acrid stench of burnt wood and bodies. The walls here were dotted with dozens of cave entrances, and the ground was filled with just as many train tracks. Corpses lay everywhere, mostly ghouls, but there were a good number of crawlers sprawled throughout. Corpses lay everywhere, mostly ghouls, but there were a good number of crawlers sprawled throughout. There had to be 500 or more monsters between here and the train yard. Most of them were Most of them were south of us, near the old building and fence. The mimic itself was too far away to attack us directly, though I knew from dozens of The mimic itself was too far away to attack us directly, though I knew from dozens of frantic messages that the monster's minions and ridiculously long tongue were causing havoc upon anyone in the area. It loomed huge in the distance, as tall as the chamber, only half pretending to be a building now. A pair of blimp-sized red eyes glowed. One of the towers in the train yard collapsed as we watched, though I couldn't see what had knocked it over. A group of several dozen crawlers were holed up in that burnt-out administrative building, fighting off the waves of ghouls and the mimic's minions, which were apparently nothing more than giant, car-sized mouths with centipede-like legs. If you chopped them in half, it just made two of them. I could see a few of them from our position in the tunnel. The strange mobs reminded me of those wind-up toys that were nothing but a chattering mouth. There was another group of crawlers trapped inside of a lone train car in the yard itself, unable to leave because they were within reach of the massive city boss. I only heard about them secondhand, and I had no idea if they were still there or if they had survived. There was a lot of that in these last desperate hours of the fourth floor. Cries for help, rumors of groups in need. You will not break me. Fuck you all. You will not break me. You will not break me. Fuck you all. You will not break me. We really needed to deal with this thing. The mimic. It was my goddamn fault it was here in the first place. But other than sneaking past the area, our mission for the moment didn't involve the monster. I could possibly use the portal cart to teleport it away like we did before. But we were no longer in a tunnel, with the protection that a tunnel provided, and the monster could easily get at us from the side or above or... Fuck. But we were no longer in a tunnel, with the protection that a tunnel provided, and the monster could easily get at us from the side or above or any other angle before we maneuvered the track-based cart at it. But we were no longer in a tunnel, with the protection that a tunnel provided, and the monster could easily get at us from the side or above or any other angle before we maneuvered the track-based cart at it. It was just too risky. The plan was to sneak along the wall until we got to the employee line and carry the large cart in. Hopefully, we'd remain undiscovered. We'd need to protect the cart while Ellie brought the nightmare up to meet us. Ellie was already in the train, waiting for my signal to come down the track and meet us. Ellie. Carl, let me get back to you. We may have a problem here. I spied the pair of mantar creatures guarding the entrance to the employee line, and I knew that plan was out the window. With all the chaos spreading in front of them, they hadn't noticed us yet. I eased the silent cart backward, slipping it back into the tunnel and out of sight. Hang on. Mantars. Carl. Hey, Mordecai, quick question. If I, accidentally summon the war god Grull, how long do I have before he's unsummoned? Mordecai. Run! Don't fight him. He's goddamned invulnerable. You can't kill him. Run! Don't fight him! He's goddamned invulnerable. You can't kill him. Take my special brew potion. Run! Don't look back! Carl. Chill. I haven't actually summoned him. It's just a question. Mordecai. Oh, by the gods, Carl. Don't scare me like that. Carl. So... I actually knew the answer to this already, as it was discussed in my cookbook, but I wanted to confirm it, and I wanted to make sure there was a record of me actually asking the question. There wasn't a whole lot about deities in the book. What was there didn't even warrant its own chapter. I'd found the information stuffed in the middle of the miscellaneous chapter. Note added by Crawler Cooley, 19th edition.
Hey, we actually have this one. Oh, you know what? I gotta go in the other room and send it over. All right. Uploading now. I mean, we're kind of caught up. We'll see. We'll see, guys. I mean, it took us a long time to even get started on this. We wanted to get started a lot earlier, but like life for me has been crazy this year, and not only that, but just a lot of productions, a lot of changes happening, and I don't know. I didn't do a good job of handling all that. So we're just now getting, all this stuff done. The scripts have been kind of done for a while. It's just, this is just now when I've been able to get started myself. So, and I guess it's been, a month now since I started recording voices for the AIT. So we're definitely going to have the first episode showing up in December. No question. Season 2, episode 1 is going to happen in December. It's the rest of the series that I'm not sure about. There's a lot of, there's just a lot of work to do. A lot of voices to get, a lot of sound effects, a lot of music. And we'd love to get it out in, in time for us to like actually release it all when we wanted to, but we're also just not wanting to sacrifice quality. So
19th edition. Edition.
There are 3 types of deity summonings. Avoid
Edition.
There are 3 types of deity summonings. Avoid. There are 3 types of deity summonings. Avoid all 3. Only idiots deal with deities. Some of them are genuine NPCs, but the big ones like Apito and Eris and so forth are always sponsored by some rich prick who basically paid extra to play a game called the Celestial Ascendancy. The game is contained on the 12th floor, but the individual gods sometimes get called away. That game is different than the Faction Wars game and has its own followers and storyline. I don't really understand, but I do know this. The gods are invulnerable, except on the 12th and above floors. They are strong. They kill everything, and there ain't a damn thing you can do about it. Anyway, the 3 types of summonings. All 3 require a physical vessel, usually a mob. There are celestial boons, which is when a worshipper prays to a god and he comes to fight for his worshipper. There are indentured summonings, where a powerful mage summons the deity to fight for him for a short time. This is against the god's will, and they are usually pissed when it happens. And finally, there are involuntary summonings. That's when some poor fool accidentally summons the god because of some trap or spell or just bad luck. The gods are usually pissed about this one too. And what's worse, they arrive untethered.
oops.
Which allows them to smash everything in sight. In my short experience, all 3 scenarios lead to the summoner's death. Even the first scenario. Don't trust deities under any circumstance. Just stay the fuck away. That's my advice.
Looks like we missed something from him.
Note added by Crawler Forketh, 20th edition.
Advice.
Note added by Crawler Forketh, 20th edition.
Note added by Crawler Cooley, 19th edition. And I'm going to go ahead and export him. All right. At the end of all that, there was one additional note. It wasn't something I'd be able to utilize anytime soon, but it was interesting, and I filed the information away. Note added by Crawler Tin, 21st edition. Okay. I kind of want to give this to Will Watt instead of Julian. Who was it? Miriam Dom and Lee.
this should be Will.
It took Mordecai an unusually long time to answer my question. I suspected he was consulting with Donut to make sure I wasn't planning anything stupid. Mordecai. A deity involuntarily summoned lasts as many seconds as the level of the vessel, plus as many seconds as the god's level. Grull is a sanctum-tier deity, which means he's level 250. Mantars are level 40, so it would be a total of 290 seconds. That was slightly different than what it said in my book, but the end result was similar. Actually, better. It said they'd last for about 5 minutes. They probably didn't know the exact formula. I quickly added it to the book. Carl, how big will he be? Mordecai, why are you asking this? Carl, running low on time, Mordecai. Mordecai, yeah. The answer is kind of complicated. The short answer is, once summoned, he will grow until he fills the chamber he is in, like that rage elemental you faced earlier. The real version can change sizes, but if he's summoned, the rules are different. Summoning is a very complicated process that we don't have time to explain. Carl, wait, so if I summon him into a potion vial, he'll be tiny? Mordecai, yes, but he'll be strong enough to get out unless you build the proper sigil, and none of you are level 20 summoners, so that's not going to happen. Carl, gotcha. One more question. After he's summoned, how long before I can summon again? Can I summon him again right away?
Can I summon him again right away?
Carl. Mordecai?
Right away. Carl. Mordecai?
Mordecai. Once he's summoned, and then unsummoned, you can bring him back right away. There's no cooldown. You can also steal him from one summoning to a second summoning. If he's captured in a sigil, and a worshipper summons him again via a different means, the god will break his containment and move to the new vessel. This is very important to know. I learned it the hard way. The hardest way possible. Carl. Thanks, Mordecai. Mordecai. Now, don't you even dare think about... The plan has changed.
The plan has changed.
Don't worry. Don't worry. You'll figure it out as we go.
All right, let's get a Jack Fields Mantar in here. Where is Jack? Let's create it. Oh, we got one. I think, is there more than one Mantar here?
My second ball was already in the air, and this one hit home, crashing into the creature's head. A distant health bar appeared over him. Their dots had been the white of NPCs, but the ghouls weren't attacking them, and I had multiple reports of them attacking all crawlers on sight. Their dots both turned red the moment they saw me there. I waved and waited.
Let's call him something else. Let's call him... Mantar Bait. All right. There we go. Nope. Fuck.
I waved. I waved and waited.
Who bleep blooped me? Don't know.
Waved and waited.
Nope. Fuck.
They really are disturbing. They should have 2 pairs of legs and 1 set of arms, not 1 pair of legs and 2 pairs of arms. They really are disturbing. They should have 2 pairs of legs and 1 set of arms, not 1 pair of legs and 2 pairs of arms.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Lee Na is really mad at you about this. She called you an idiot.
That's because I am an idiot. I've never denied it. We stepped back into the tunnel to wait for them. All of us stood in front of the cart. All except Zhang, who now stood in the cart's cockpit, ready to turn it off if he had to. The portal swirled ominously behind our backs. From the business side of the portal, it looked like a pool of mercury. I had an inexplicable desire to reach out and stick my hand into the pool of magic, and then it would be over. All of this would be over. The 2 creatures came galloping up, screaming at the tops of their lungs. They both had their Wolverine-style claws out and ready to engage.
Okay, there's 2 of them. I'm going to call one Mantar Bait 2 and one of them just Mantar Bait. There we go.
They both had their Wolverine-style claws out and ready to engage.
Uh-oh. Okay, I think this is a little weird because it's hard to tell which Mantar is which.
Hail! The battle is met! Katia, who'd been cosplaying as an oddly placed wall pillar, swung down with all of her might onto the creature's back, pinning him to the ground like he'd been caught in a mousetrap. She held the powerful creature still the best she could. She held the powerful creature still the best she could. The mob scrabbled at the ground with his claws, showering rock. Li Na bounced off the wall as a glowing chain ratcheted out of her arm and on her dress. Li Na bounced off the wall as a glowing chain ratcheted out of her arm on her dress. She flipped in the air, lassoing the chain around the creature's neck. The first Mantar glowed blue, closed his eyes, and fell into unconsciousness. The first Mantar glowed blue, closed his eyes, and fell into unconsciousness. He'd remain that way for a full minute, though she could do it again another 4 times, she said, until she had to rest.
I'm going to say the trapped Mantar.
The first man.
The trapped Mantar glowed blue, closed his... The trapped Mantar glowed blue, closed his eyes, and fell into unconsciousness.
He'd remain that.
Holy shit. She's something else. How did Li Jun hit the top 10 and not her? How did Li Jun hit the top 10 and not her?
She's something else. How did Li Jun hit the top 10 and not her?
And And then I saw how Lee Jun had earned his spot on the list. I dropped a smoke curtain as Donut pumped a magic missile into the second Mantar. Katia remained atop the first, but her crossbow appeared and started pumping bolts into him. The creature stood to his full height. Into the second. Katia remained atop the first, but her crossbow appeared and started pumping bolts into the second. The creature stood to his full height.
Top 10 and not her.
No. Leave that one.
The creature stood to his full height.
His clawed hands glinted in the tunnel's light. He charged directly in my general location despite the smoke curtain. Lee Jun, standing to my right, had cast a buff onto his hands that caused them to glow red. What did John McClane say? Crap. Uh-oh. Something happened.
Caused them to glow red. Caused them to glow red.
He slid forward, sliding along the track, and he slammed a fist into the creature's leg, ducking under a savage swipe that surely would have decapitated him. The leg shattered, causing the monster to tumble forward. Lee Jun backflipped as the monster fell, again narrowly dodging a swipe of the claws. Before I could react, Lee Jun bounced off my shoulders and leaped forward. He sailed over the still falling monster, landing behind him. The creature swiped forward. Mongo, who'd been to my left, dodged and savagely tore at his upper left while a mounted donut pumped...
Mongo.
Mongo, who'd been to my left, dodged and savagely tore at his upper left while a mounted donut pumped magic missiles point blank into his head.
And leaped forward. He sailed over the still falling monster, landing behind him. The creature swiped forward. Mongo, who'd been to my left, dodged and savagely tore at his upper left while...
Don't kill him! Get ready!
Take this, you smelly freak! Take this, you smelly freak!
Jesus, stop! Remember what we're doing here!
Jesus! Stop!
I punched the dazed and dying Mantar in the arm. I punched the dazed and dying Mantar in the arm. The one not mangled. The one not mangled by Mongo. I felt it break like a heavy branch snapping.
Doing here? Here. I punched the dazed and dying Mantar in the arm. The one not mangled by Mongo. I felt it break like a heavy... I felt it break.
$1.5.
I felt it break like a heavy branch snapping.
I jabbed down with my foot, landing atop the back of the metal blades coming from the top of the creature's head. More bones splintered under my heel, bursting suddenly from the skin. The thing groaned in pain. I leaned forward and punched again and again. I punched until the notification over the creature's head finally started to blink. 3, 4.5, 4,
3, 4.5,
6, 7.5.
Four, 4.5, 6, 4, 4.5, 6, 7.5, 4.5, 6, 7.5. Under my heel, bursting suddenly from the skin, the thing groaned in pain. I leaned forward and punched again. And again. I punched until the notification over the creature's head finally started to blink.
A timer appeared over his head, ticking down. Come on! Me, Li Jun, and Li Na reached down to pick him up. He was heavy as shit, even with our combined strength. He reached down with his two lower arms and clamped onto the track, making it so we couldn't push him closer to the portal. 8 seconds.
Zhang!
Zhang eased the cart forward as Mongo and Donut scrambled past us, getting out of the way. If we couldn't bring him to the portal, we'd bring the portal to him. This was dangerous, though, as we had to get... This was dangerous, though, as we had to let go before he got sucked in. 5 seconds.
Countdown! 3, 2, 1, drop him!
We all jumped back as the centaur's head hit the portal. The timer was at 1 second. He got sucked away. And at that moment, as he disappeared, I realized with horror he'd let go of the track with his lower hand, and he had that same hand wrapped tightly around my foot.
Boom. Okay, that's it, guys. That is it for me for today. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me. Let's see, where are you guys? There you are. I have not eaten today. I'm about to go eat now. See, I have a 4 o'clock recording session with JTJ. So, hold on. Okay. Yeah, you guys have a good rest of your night. Tomorrow, I am starting on episode 10. We'll see if I can finish. I might be able to do 5 whole hours of narrating tomorrow. We'll see. I'm going to try. But I have canceled my trip for this weekend because I wanted to keep working. So if I don't finish on Wednesday, I will definitely finish on Thursday. But thank you guys again for coming to hang out. Don't forget to go check out Meet Your Maker, Jonathan McLean's audiobook that he narrated and helped write. Meet Your Maker 2 just came out, so give it a shot, guys. I really enjoy that audiobook series. I've listened to both of them now. They're both great, but the second one's even better. And don't forget about Chrysalis 7. That's just released today as well, if you need your fix of ants. Anyway, y'all, I will talk to you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.